Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. First love.
Duck off to one side, come back and shoot. Then the wave is going to bounce back out to me. So here, I've already thought about this way in advance. I don't get to this situation and be like, maybe I should reset. No. And the sign is that I don't have any crushing points back left, and I have gold that I want to spend. I want to go back and get an early kill. And a lot of people don't plan out their resets. They don't think far enough in advance. And because of this, I slow build the wave in. Nico now has to react to this wave here. And now look what happens comparatively. I get my tier, I get my ping. Now I instantly TP back. Now look at this. Step number 2 is about to begin. Create favorable wave states. Because I've got this very good quality reset without missing any CS, in terms of being in lane, able to get each and every bit of CS. Now I know the wave is going to be in a very good position because I've bounced the wave off the tower and it's going to be coming back to me. And Nico is yet to reset. So all I got to do is hold and chill, relax. Now I've created a favorable wave state that is good for my champion and my matchup. This Nico hasn't reset yet, and the wave is still pushing. Nico's screwed, and she has a heal mech. There's nothing she can do. Now I just create and hold my favorable wave state. Now this favorable wave state is going to differ matchup to matchup. It's going to differ champion to champion. But at the end of the day, the same premise exists. Getting a good quality reset and creating whatever wave state that is good for your champion. Now, the next one, don't take bad roads. So I've done the first step, good reset, create favorable wave states. Nico ended up walking on to she's She's getting dumped in the 1v1, so she has to make a play here. She sees a potentially dive opportunity bot. I know I can't compensate for that because I get bot side, my jungler made a top side, there's nothing I can do. So instead of compensating, trying to go for some weird little roam topside when I know my jungler is resetting, my top lane is dead, whatever, you know, I can't do anything, so it's okay. So I value my farm in this situation, which leads to the next step going back here. Take good resets round 2. This is a good reset because, you know, there's no more minions to kill here. I crash the wave and it's going to come bouncing back out to me. Pretty straightforward stuff here. Nothing too special going on. But again, notice there's a cycle happening here. I take good trades, which leads to thinking about my resets. Think about my resets, leads to favorable wave state, and then favorable wave state leads to good trades. It's like a never-ending circle. good trades, leads to good resets, leads to good favorable wave situations, leads to good trades. It's a never-ending circle again and again and again. Now again, look, favorable wave state. Hold the wave on my side again. Zone Nico, walk past the wave. Very good trades. Rinse, repeat. Again and again and again. Now we'll see what the next step is, the final piece of the puzzle. After creating, having good resets, creating favorable wave states, not compensating, it eventually leads to favorable situations where I've taken great trades again and again and again. Now I'm 2 levels up on this Nico, level 7 to level 9. And because I've taken this, such good trades again and again and again, I build the wave in. I was a little wave actually, and we end up diving the Nico, fast forwarding, getting this next wave in with my jungler. Because I've had so much pressure, my jungler was able to have access to the Rift Herald. Boom, get 3 plates with my jungler, get the tower in, shove the next wave, and now look at that. 119 CS by 12 minutes, basically 10 CS per minute. I've missed a few CS here and there, but the fundamentals are all the same, guys. So this is like the more basic bread and butter concepts that we need to understand when it comes to 10 CS per minute. So what we're going to do now is go that next layer deeper. Now, when it comes to not missing CS, it looks very easy on the surface. You go onto Twitch, you watch some pro player, or you download their replays, you go onto YouTube, search their replays, whatever it is. It seems so easy. They make it look very easy. But there are many things at play that dictate one's ability to have access to an entire wave. The first one is the location of the enemy wave, like I demonstrated in the previous example, where I had the wave on the side, or was going in the zone, and she didn't really have access to the entire wave, or I did. But there was a reason for that, and we're going to get into that in a second. The access to resources, I'm not going to walk up and do I'm not going to be able to walk up to the CS and do whatever I want with the wave if I have no access to river vision, or maybe the jungler swept the vision, or maybe I've got threat coming from the enemy jungler support. If I'm in a mobile maze on Diana, and I'm versus a Nocturne Pro 6, and I'm versus a Pike support in the farm, and I have no vision in the river or no vision on the Raptors, well, how am I going to fix a ruined wave state? How am I going to walk up and track players? How am I going to, zone the enemy? I'm not going to be able to do anything. It really depends on what the jungler is, what's happening. Therefore, in order to get 10 minutes, you would have to do the following. Number 1, have complete control over the lane, or know exactly how to play out the wave in the matchup, which is directly tied to optimizing trades, range assessment, and runes and builds. 2, know how to ration out our resources to ensure that we get good quality resets, or know exactly how we should be using TP. And 3, know how the junglers are going to interact in the early game, both via pathing and overall strength and threat. Therefore, we should only be able to get 10 CS per minute in matchups where we have complete control over the lane. And people don't understand this. So what I'm going to talk about now is what situations can we actually get 10 CS per minute. Because unless, of course, enemy keeps mindlessly shoving into you, right? Even if you get counterpicked or whatever it is, if they just keep shoving into you again and again and again, and they're not going to pull the wave, bounce the wave, and do what I did in the VOD, then of course you're going to be able to get 10 CS per minute. Anyone can get 10 CS per minute in those situations. But as you climb, through high plateau onwards, and people start bouncing waves, holding waves, freezing, so on and so forth, it's not really going to be replicable. So notice, one little thing before we get into this, guys. Notice how I'm using the word can, not should. Okay, in what situations can we get 10 CS per minute? Just because we can doesn't mean we should. That's a very important distinction to make. So we can have complete control over the lane in a few individual ways. 1, having counterpick in the draft alongside having favorable jungle matchups. If I'm last and maybe I'm red side, I get last pick, I get counterpick, I see all the compositions, whatever it is, likely I'm going to have a lot more control over the lane because I can optimize my pick not just for the mid lane matchup as well as the jungle matchup. Or maybe I counterpick and my jungle counterpicks their jungler. That happens sometimes in the draft phase. This is one reason why we might have complete control over the lane. The next one is understanding the matchup much better than the opponent. This happens a lot of the time when people try to learn a new champion or they don't have much champion mastery. We see this especially within Platinum, where Platinum is the rank, I believe, matchup understanding really comes into play. And if you understand the matchup very well, it doesn't matter if you get counterpicked because you know how to take good trades, you know how to play the waves, etc., etc. 3, out microing an opponent, which is what players like Chovy and Showmaker are so great at doing. When you watch a Chovy or Showmaker VOD, when they get 10 CS per minute, a lot of the time, they are largely just out microing. And when they out micro, they land their skill shot and the enemy doesn't land their skill shot, which means eventually over time, they get a lot of control over the lane. And when you get a lot of control over the lane, you're exerting a lot of pressure, you get good quality wards, you see where the enemy jungler is, and you have full control over what is happening with the wave, which guarantees good reset opportunities. It's a flow-on effect. If you have good micro, you can compensate largely for poor matchup understanding, not getting counterpick in the draw, so on and so forth. Or for being in a skill matchup where your jungler or side laners are exerting an immense amount of pressure on the enemy, which gives you control and space over the lane. So for example, if I'm playing Kiana mid, and I have maybe an Evelyn jungle who's post 6, even if I maybe can't win the matchup in the 1v1 and whatever it is, as long as my Eve is out of vision, I have a pink ward, I'm controlling one side, a lot of the time, that threat that is coming from my jungler is going to allow me to control the wave state and do whatever I want over the lane. I'll be able to shove and move if I want to. I can take whatever trade, I can create whatever wave state I want because the jungler is allowing me or creating that space for me. And yes, of course, there are exceptions like Ryze who can still get 10 CS per minute in hard matchups, but at the end of the day, this is just an exception. It's an exception to the rule. Ryze is one of those weird champions where he has so much wave clear that he can just tempo reset whenever he wants. So what we're going to talk about now are the benefits of sacrificing CS. So when you're in a review, guys, you need to ask yourself, what were the trade-offs of playing the way that you did? If you sat there and farmed 10 CS per minute and instead of roaming or doing whatever it is, you need to ask yourself, what else could I have done instead of sitting in the lane like this? So here are a series of questions that I urge you to experiment with in your own review. The first one, could I have hard shoved at the expense of 2 or 3 creeps to ensure that I have priority for that invade that my jungler is committing to? Another example of this would be, okay, instead of holding the wave on my side, which is better for my isolated 1v1, maybe I actually could have held it in neutral state and actually shoved into the enemy so I can ensure that I'm there for that scuttle fight. Could I have ditched this wave, left it frozen on their side, just to ensure that I'm there to attend that dive? Could I have played that matchup in a more chaotic fashion in order to push the pace of the lane and bring about more 2v2 skirmishes? Could I have grouped for that dragon fight instead of catching that extra top wave? This is very, very important in gold because I see people obsessing around mid-game macro and like split pushing and doing all this bullshit in gold, when at the end of the day, gold is a story of being as strong as you possibly can within the laning phase, getting to that 13 to 15 minute mark and grouping on that dragon and just being stronger than your counterpart. If you're stronger than your counterpart when it comes to that 15 minute ARAM in gold, you will climb out of gold. I guarantee you. It's nothing about split pushing. I don't give a shit what any other coach says, whatever you've seen on YouTube. It's just not the case. I've done a ridiculous amount of gold VODs. I've done hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of gold reviews. Split pushing does not work. Please do not waste your time with this. With each of these questions, it can be very difficult to answer. I understand this. This is why it's very important to hypothesize and test both strategies. So if you're unsure, right, maybe one game you decide to play very greedily instead on this champion in this specific situation, and you just hold the wave on your side and give pressure to the enemy just so you can deny CS or ensure that you can farm really well. Whereas in the other game, you're like, okay, interesting. I'm going to exert a little bit more pressure here rather than playing this conservative approach because I want to see if snowballing that lane does anything. You must find the balance and find your own interpretation of how to win the game with your champion in that game. Okay, there is no like one formula. You know, there's this book that tells you, okay, in this situation, in here, you got to do this. It's mathematically best to hold the wave on your side and do it. No. There's no yes optimal answer in that moment. Because you can interpret, the game can be won many, many different ways. And I had this conversation on my podcast, on the Broken by Concept podcast. I was saying how I don't like saying a game is perfect. Like, I played this perfect game. It's very hard to say that, especially as a mid laner. Maybe for a jungler you can say that. For a mid laner, especially when I play games like champs like Twisted Fate, I'm like, I won this game and I had this hypothesis and it worked, but I probably could have won this game a differing way. And until I can't go back in time and relive it. So it's very difficult for me to say if this was a quote unquote perfect game. It's only perfect in the sense of execution in reference to your hypotheses, or perfect in the sense of your hypothesis with the information that you were given in this game at this moment. Maybe you can have some form of argument for that. But anyway, I'm getting a little bit too carried away there, sorry. But now let's actually look at some scenarios in reference to the benefits of sacrificing CS. So what we're going to do now is look through a series of examples from my own games, random situations where I've sacrificed CS in order to make a play elsewhere. Yes, I'm probably not going to get 10 CS per minute anymore, but a lot of the time I don't really give a shit because I'm being more impactful and I'm doing things that are going to help me win the game itself. Now the first one here is backing up the team. Here I end up shoving the wave, or I attempt to shove in the wave versus an Ahri, and then I pan my camera topside and I see a skirmish breaking out, and the Ahri end up ditching the wave. Now, yes, my wave is completely screwed because I touched it. Now it's going to just slow build into the Ahri. I'm going to lose a bunch of farm, whatever. But I had to go to this fight because if I did not go to this fight here, my Riven probably would have died to the Ahri. They would have collapsed on the Riven, and it might have been really bad. Or maybe I could have got to this fight earlier. Maybe we could have traded 2 for 2 or something. I don't know. So in this moment, I don't think, I think sacrificing CS is completely worth it, and especially since Riven was my strong side that game. Sometimes you got to just accept reality that you can't get the wave in, based off your champion's, your lack of tempo, or the lack of range on your champion, or no access to resources like I mentioned before. I just didn't have the access to resources. So I end up trying to get this wave in, the wave goes to trash, and then simply comes back and I'm like, oh shit, I can't do this. I have to accept reality that I can't get this wave in. I have to accept reality that it's close. If I stay now, all that's gonna happen, I'm probably either gonna die to a gank, or I'm gonna die solo, or I'm just gonna stay chunked in the lane, and then my champion has no identity because I'm low as an assassin, I'm low as Fizz. I don't have an identity if I can't skirmish. So I accept reality. Sometimes that happens. I'm not gonna talk about the specific in terms of what I could have done better, just more in that situation I had to sacrifice the CS. Or if I see an opportunity to get high impact roams, instead of staying mid and just farming creeps, so on and so forth, I'm not going to be back on the mid wave as it crashes, but I see a very favorable situation break out in the bot lane. I get a nice little kill into the Jinx, and I get a great quality kill. Yes, I'm going to miss a bit of CS on my way to mid, but it is what it is. I'm willing to make that trade. So it ties in directly with my champion's identity. It ties in directly with, you know, I'm not a champion. Fizz or Kiana, a lot of these champions, they're not going to farm 10 CS per minute. Yes, I missed the CS on the tower, but it is what it is. Now, this is a perfect example of what happens if I greed. In this situation, my wave is completely screwed, right? It's stuck here. It's slow building into the enemy. I know the enemy's going to be here any second, and I was thinking to myself, you know what? Maybe I can quickly get this wave out before the enemy comes. I was versing a Nocturne. Now, this is another situation. I was versing a Nocturne with Ultimate. I had to just give it. I had to accept reality. I don't have access to these creeps to protect my own life. But here, because I didn't give the creep, I tried to fix a wave by myself, I just died. Sometimes you're going to be in those sorts of situations where you're just going to have to give CS. Now, give CS. Now, before, here, by the way, when I was talking about high impact roams and giving CS for a roam, this is where the game gets very complex. This is why there is no clear-cut formula. If you're playing a champion like Fizz, even if you're playing a mage, you just got to get specific. How desperate is the game state? If you've got two losing sides where you really need to get one side winning, is your champion not a carry in which you need to create a secondary win condition? Do you have one heavy losing side, one heavy winning side, and your champion sucks at the side, so you need to get that player ahead? Or do you feel as though the guy in bot lane has a massive shutdown, so if you get that one shutdown, then it's worth it, even if at the sacrifice of CS? There is so many variables at play. And this is what I'm saying, you can't just look at this and say, okay, every time I can roam, I should sacrifice CS. No. Are they your winning side? Is it a desperate wave state? Does the enemy jungle have rift? Can they just rift mid if you leave? I don't know. This is why you must get into the details. You must get very, very specific. And then after, in the review, I would ask myself, okay, Curtis, what did I get for this roam? What did my side lane do with it? What did I lose for it? Did it have a meaningful impact on my 1v1? Or did it not? I'm only ever going to know if I test it, I review it, I have the painful experience, and embrace it. I embrace the fact that I have this shitty, painful experience, and I move on. Moving on here, creating win conditions. I knew I was in an incredibly bad spot right now versus Tristana. I had losing top, I believe I already got solo killed or something. And I knew that I needed my bot lane to be ahead because I'm slowly losing. So I went for a play bot, which allowed my Jinx to get a nice little kill onto the Alistar. Now this situation, you know, it's pretty bad. I lose 6 or 7 creeps mid, but I remember thinking to myself, I must get my Jinx ahead. And if I don't get my Jinx ahead, I'm not going to win the game anyway. So trying to create a win condition. Now after I created this win condition, I gave more CS to facilitate the win con. I needed to help my Jinx here. He got dove. And they end up going bot, chasing down this Kai'Sa and getting a massive shutdown onto this Kai'Sa. Now, look, for me, this is a bit of a weird example because my intention anyway when giving the CS wasn't to... I thought Jinx could survive with my ultimate, but my mindset was I just wanted to facilitate the win condition. I knew that if I played slow, and I didn't play towards my bot lane, I didn't really help my Jinx, we're going to lose anyway, because Tristana's going to slowly beat me, top side's losing, we really had to create this win con through bot. So, hopefully what I'm trying to get across here, guys, is that you just got to be more intentional. There's no clear-cut formula, there's no smooth, you know, highway telling you, okay, do this every single time, then you're going to be all good. No. Get very specific, get into the details. It's not sexy. It's very boring, it's very tiresome, and it can be painful. It can be very painful sometimes, accepting reality that you probably should have run when you didn't, or you should have been more free when you didn't. So let's go a little bit deeper. Now, back in 2017, when I was the head coach of Direwolves, we did a Korean boot camp. And my mid laner at the time, he had this rule of thumb that he told me about. And I've really held on to this for the last, 4 or 5 years, whatever it is. And it's been a rule of thumb that I even carry on within my own solo queue games every single day. And the rule of thumb goes like this. There's a specific situation in the game where both minions on both sides, so my minion and their minion, are low HP. Now, if one of us decides to go for the minion, whereas I go for the enemy instead, I ignore the minion, give the CS, and go for the enemy, I'm going to win out eventually. And the way you've got to view it is like, it's kind of like a long-term investment. If I were to ignore this minion, give this CS, and take the trade 3, 4, 5 times across the course of 2 to 3 minutes, what's going to happen? I'm going to get more control over the lane, progressively, drain their resources, get more pressure, better quality vision, better quality resets. I might end up having, or being able to slow build a wave, and then come back to lane without even having to use my TP, where they have to use their TP. And with my TP advantage, I can make a side lane. Now, the reason this player actually came up with this because he got punished for this in OS. In 2017 in OS at the time, he versed all the mid laners that he's versed. If there was a choice between a minion and the enemy, they always used to go for the minion. And he carried on this habit when he went to Korean solo queue. In Korean solo queue, he saw the opposite happen. What happened, instead of going for the low minion, the enemy would just give the minion and take the trade. He thought to himself, I'm just getting fucked here. I'm just getting destroyed. What's going on? So what I realized is that, yes, this is a very toxic habit that a lot of players have, even to this day. And I see it within my coaching clients. And for some reason, we are compelled to always go for the CS instead of, you know, go for that trade and take the CS or whatever it is. So, obviously, you know, it gets a little bit deeper than this. This is just a rule of thumb. Sometimes, you know, it's easy to fix the way to take that bad trade because you're going to reset the way. It does not matter. You know, then obviously you're going to go for the CS. But as a rule of thumb, if you're full resource or whatever it is, you must always go for the trade. And this is essentially, do I go for this last hit and take the trade from the enemy, or do I sacrifice the last hit and trade back and take the trade? So what we're going to do now, instead of talking about it, it's very theoretical. Let's just go into an example so we can really understand the consequences of this action. So this was a game I played recently versus mid-BC. And what I'm going to show you is this is usually how trades go. It's kind of like chess or like a donut. Like I move, then they move, I move, then they move. So take a look at this. When I know my minions are high enough HP where I don't need to CS them, and I know mid-BC has to go for this minion, this little minion here, I can posture up aggressively and make him make a choice between me and the minion. Now with this choice, it's very easy. There is no choice for me to make. It's obvious that I would go for the trade onto this trade, because there's no CS that I have to give up. I can take the trade without necessarily missing any CS. Now, it's the other way around. My minions are low here. Now look what mid-BC does. He then will path up to me, and he's trying to make me make a choice between the minion or take some damage. So I posture back so I don't take any damage, and then it's a rinse repeat. I move up, I try to punish him, so on and so forth. This dance just continues. This is what mid lane is. We're trading in any lane. Just, okay, I punish you, so whoever can punish each other better, timing their ability, so on and so forth. Very, very simple, straightforward trading. All times with the minion HP values. And so in a second, what we're actually going to see is what happens when both the minions are low. Both of our minions are low at the exact same time. Okay? So fast forwarding it, we'll see in a second. Now, in this situation, what do we see? Both of our minions are starting to get low, but they're not low enough to CS yet. So what happens? Because throws his Q through the creeps, like this, and I know that he really wants to go for this minion here. But at the same time, look at this. My minions are getting low down here, and I know they're getting targeted by the cannon, so they're probably just going to get destroyed. And I willingly, in this moment, and then this is something I have to bring to the forefront, and this is just a rule of thumb that I've had for years and years and years, I willingly am okay with giving this 1 or 2 CS here to ensure that I'm able to go for the QW onto mid-base here. Now, in a perfect world, what should actually happen is that he actually should not go for this minion, and he should trade back onto me if possible. Now, yes, if he can't trade back onto me, maybe because his range is too low, whatever, I can understand that. But generally, this is the premise at play. So look at this. He uses his gold card. Look at that. He uses his gold card instead of walking past the minion and potentially going into me. He just uses his gold card onto that minion, and I now get a full QW on his face. Now, yes, I actually miss one of my minions back here. I think I get one of them, but I miss one of these minions. But I'm able to take a nice little QW trade. Now, this may not look like much in isolation, but what actually happens is, if you were to continue this again and again and again, I take this trade, you get your one little CS, I don't give a shit. I go down -1, but I've just taken, what, a 6 of your HP? And now he doesn't actually have any more corrupting pots at this point because I've poked him so much. But what happens? You're going to get lower and lower and lower in, you know, over the course of the next minute. And then what? I get full control over the lane. I can use my wards wherever I want. I can posture as aggressively as I want. You're probably going to have to take a bad reset. Maybe go down -6 or -8 or -10 in the back end if I slow build the wave properly. Or they're generally under kill threat range. And maybe I can set up a gank or whatever I want to do. I can do whatever I want. So view it as a long-term investment. It's okay to make the short-term investment loss. Take the short-term L for the long-term gain. Okay, so this is the premise, and this is some concept that isn't really spoken about often, but something that I've now do something. So experiment with this and let me know how it goes, guys. Now I want to share with you 3 important mid-game CSing tips. The first one, getting camps in lull state. For example, when objectives are down, when people are resetting or dead, when people are shoving out waves, etc. 2, when going to a side lane, call for jungler to hover so you can actually shove out the wave fully without just half-assing it and only getting one wave out. If you get your jungler to hover, you can sometimes get 2 or 3 waves out. And the third one here, clear the enemy jungle camps off of a 1 team fight generally before resetting. So after you ace the team or whatever, instead of just insta resetting, unless obviously objectives are up and you can insta reset, try and take their jungle camp on the way through. That's going to do 2 things. You're going to lower the amount of CS and farm that they have, and you're going to increase yours. And this is actually a more of a competitive thing. If you watch any high-level competitive sport, what you see, or what a good coach should be seeing, is that after you kill, you ace them or you get 3 or 4 kills, you should actually take as many of their jungle camps as possible. That's actually how you translate a league. That's actually how you win League of Legends at the highest level. You don't actually get towers and barons and shit. Yes, you can get them if possible, but if you can slowly take their jungle camps So that you're not only getting your own jungle camp, you're getting their jungle camp. And you just get so far ahead, it doesn't even matter. It basically guarantees that you win the next team fight regardless. So let's actually take a look at a few examples. So again, a few examples from my own games here. Right now, my team is just finishing up a dragon, and they're all resetting. And I don't really need, I think I was, at this moment in time, I had a little bit of time before the next objective. I got the wave out as far as I possibly could. Everyone's resetting. So I found a little bit of time during this little lull state to get an extra Krug camp. Why not? I'm in the area, I'm right next to it, everyone's resetting, there's nothing immediate that I need to do, no objectives, and same thing here. Everyone's resetting, my Malphite just reset, my character's reset, there's nothing really for me to do right now. I'm allowing the wave to come into me first. So in the meantime, I'm just here, chilling, clearing Krugs, getting camps in these miniature lull states. And then resetting. Now, the next one here is getting hovered. This was actually a clash game recently where I was telling my jungler, I want to be able to shove this out fully. I want my team to hover me. What I mean by hover, I don't even say this in college, I say this quite often, or sometimes with pings, that you just want your jungler to hover you in this area, this quadrant, while you're shoving. Now, if my jungle wasn't, for example, let's just say hypothetically my jungle went topside and hovered the GP here, or reset, whatever it is, I wouldn't be able to go up here and get this next wave. I would have had to back off, because I just wouldn't have the vision, I wouldn't have the protection, but because Udyr came here, set up some vision for me, I'm able to shove out this entire next wave, which is very, very important, because, you know, this adds up over time. It's +6, +6, +6, instead of only, or +12 instead of +6, which is very important. Next one is clearing enemy jungle after fight. So here again, base right now. Right now, that's my default response in this situation, which is scan the enemy jungle. Or the Krugs up, there's a red buff up, everything. In this situation, I was looking for the Krugs and red buff, but I went up. Viego here ended up taking the Raptors, and that is the mindset that I have after a reset. No immediate go for it, take all the jungle. In this situation, there wasn't any defense. You started to hear Ice is taking top camps, Viego's taking the Raptors right now. I'm looking for Krugs, but there wasn't really anything more available. So at the highest level, you see really good players are very good at doing. Now, I would never set a learning objective for a player or anyone to get 10 CS per minute. Never. It must come naturally. If you want to get 10 CS per minute, it must come naturally over time. So I want to explain that. First things first, only after a very long time of playing a specific champion and the game for a very long time, you will know when, in some situations, you got to play very greedily, and that's the best thing for that game in order for you to win. Whereas other games, you are to sacrifice CS in order to get someone else ahead and play very selflessly in order to win the game. There is no way that a player who doesn't have a ridiculous amount of champion mastery and a ridiculous amount of time playing the game will be able to come to this conclusion. Only through hypothesizing and testing will this become obvious. You can't just artificially force it because it doesn't make sense. Every action in a game, if you think about it, you know when people talk about skill, like skill only means shit if it actually allows you to win the game. At the end of the day, we all play or do stuff or understand concepts so we can actually just in the first option of winning the game. Getting 10 CS per minute for the sake of looking cool, sure, go for it. But I would rather look like shit to win the game than look cool and get 10 CS per minute. I want my LB. I know about you, I just want my LB. Like I've outlined, getting 10 CS per minute is a skill made up of multiple skills. You cannot expect a player to get high CS without having great champion mastery, great fundamentals, and great matchup understanding. If the coach is saying to you, you know, your CS is too low, and you got low CS scores, what the fuck does that mean? Specifically, is it, do I have a problem with my champ mastery? Do I have a problem with my fundamentals? Do I have a problem with my matchup understanding? Let's just get into the details and figure out why we're missing the CS. You cannot just, it's not a skill. CSing is the culmination of many, many things. And if you strive for these high CS numbers, you set this CS goal without actually understanding the context, you will inevitably be left confused and severely hurt your own confidence. And yes, there's obviously a base level you must have. But in order to go from 7 plus to 9 to 10, it has to come naturally as a result of all of these things clicking into place. Okay, interesting. I know how to, I know what sort of wave state my champion likes. Interesting. I know how to bring about the wave state now. Interesting. Now I know how the jungles interact and the support interact with me creating the wave state, blah, 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 blah. It's just a very complex thing. Now we must remember the amount of CS you want in a given game can also come down to preference, based off of one's preferences of game pace, the amount of chaos they want to induce in a game, and just the way they interpret their own champion's identity. I've seen people play Galio in a very chaotic fashion. I've seen people play Galio in a very slow fashion. I've seen people play 10 CS per minute Echo. I've seen people play Chaos, Timotonic, Crossbot, Ditch, and Roam Echo. Both of them are viable in a specific game if it works for you at the end of the day. Again, there is no correct answer. Okay, there is no correct answer. It does come down to preference. Yes, there are things that you can say are objectively good. I understand that, but at the end of the day, when the push comes to shove, when you're really deciding between 8 to 9 CS per minute or deciding between styles, it's very difficult to see which one is the best. Now, when it comes to improving CS scores, guys, if you're missing CS in the laning phase, you must get specific about why you're missing CS. Now, these are a few things that might help you or areas that I would urge you to look for if you are just getting below 7 CS per minute, or you find yourself having low CS numbers, or you don't know what might be going wrong, okay? Do you have poor wave management, resulting in the inability to safely reach a CS? Are you not layering the minions so the HP is all staggered? So you want the HP staggered so abilities to use that one time? Are you failing to know the damage output of the auto factor abilities in which you just need to go to practice or play more individual champions? Are you taking poor trades resulting in the loss of control over positioning in the lane? Right? If you're taking poor trades, like that Nico did, of course she's not going to have access to the full wave. She can't get great CS scores, she's taking terrible trades. Not seeing which minion is getting targeted is a big problem I see with lower level players. They don't know which minion is getting targeted by their minions, so they're unable to see how fast a minion is dying. If I know I have a cannon in my wave and I see the cannon attacking one minion, I already know that one's very, very likely going to die first. Or if I see like 4 casters attacking one, I know it's just going to get one shot, so I got to direct my attention towards it. Not recognizing the size of the wave in order to judge the damage output. If there's a huge wave, obviously the minions are going to get one shot, that sort of thing. Each of these are viable problems and can be dealt with on an individual basis if need be. Do not conflate the problems and say, I just miss CS all the time. What do you do? You tell me. Remember, you can say this, but that's just the start. That's the compass. That's just the compass telling you, radar problem, metal detector, there's something here, there's a problem. Let's dig it up. Let's get specific. What is going wrong here? Now let's actually look at the pros guide. Let's actually, let's get very specific. This is Suning Angel, one of the best solo queue players. We have Showmaker, another amazing solo queue player, obviously, with some of their average games, okay? So I just what I did is pulled random over the past 2 days, and actually just figured out their average. Angel on the left-hand side, across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9 games, 7.3 average. Showmaker across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, wide range of games, 8.1. Notice how this doesn't really tell us shit. Doesn't. What do we get from this? What do you do? You have X amount of CS average. Alright, cool, man. One game here and he gets 10, then he gets 6.5, then he gets 8.5, whatever it is. Just doesn't matter. And even the best players in the world are not getting insanely high CS scores. Even Doingy, you watch these players, yes, they're just getting 7 to 8. I'll say 7 to 8 is relatively average. But it doesn't even tell me anything. What does that mean? It just doesn't tell me much, does it? So please stop looking at these CS scores. Even the best players, if you look at the average, nothing special. So what I've got here is my suggestions for the rough guidelines of the CS scores. Okay, this is very, very rough guidelines. Remember, there's a lot of things that influence this score. I've spoken about a lot of these within this video, but use this as an overarching guideline. Now, on the left-hand side here, we have slow-paced games, and on the right-hand side, we have fast-paced games. Okay? So if you are in a slow-paced game, and I like to find a slow-paced game with, not many kills, not many things happening, not much heavy trading, everyone's playing conservatively, all that boring shit. If you're in gold to plat, and gold to low plat, I would recommend average game going for like 7 to 8 CS per minute. If you're plat to diamond, high plat to diamond, 8 to 9 CS per minute. And if you're younger, 9 to 10 CS. This is only for a slow pace game. For a fast pace game, still gold to low plat, 6 to 6.5, plat to diamond, around 6.5 to 7, and then diamond to challenger 7 to 8. Roughly around these guidelines, okay? And again, a fast paced game is defined by a lot of heavy trading, a lot of chaos, a lot of skirmishes, shit happening everywhere, heavy trading everywhere, just a lot of chaos overall. Okay. So thanks for watching, guys. Hopefully this sheds a little light onto this topic. I'm pretty passionate about this one, as you can tell, because a lot of the time with my coaching, I have to undo the narrative. It's like they come from somewhere else and they have all this nonsense. I have to be on hopefully it's in the right path. Hey everyone, and welcome to another video, guys, and today I'm going to be sharing with you a few of my recent findings from my coaching sessions. Now, over the past 2-ish months, I've done a hell of a lot of gold and platinum mid lane specific coaching sessions, and I've started to see some trends forming. Now, I've been really reflecting a lot, thinking about what's working, what's not working, what am I seeing, is there any core patterns here that describe or actually explain why certain people are stuck in gold for a long period of time and some people are stuck in platinum for a very long period of time. And I think I've been able to identify a pretty core fundamental area. Yes, there's the inevitable in-game stuff like poor base timers and jungle tracking and leaning, stuff like that. We're not really going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about why people get stuck out of rank for a very long period of time, why they just simply don't improve. Like, I just don't understand it. Why does one person just skim through gold and the other person is there for years? So I've really been trying to figure this out. Now, today, what I'm going to be really sharing with you is something that I believe might be one of the single biggest breakthroughs I've ever had in Pokemon. Well, especially at least in the last few years. Now, hopefully, I don't over-exaggerate here, this is just the way I feel right now. Hopefully you guys by the end of the video feel the same way about this as I do. Look, I might be completely wrong. I'm going to try my best to explain what I'm seeing here, and I'm going to use examples later on in the video to explain what we're going to cover, but bear with me, alright, as we go through this video. So today, what we're going to be talking about is the importance of actually having your hypothesis. What I mean by hypothesis, I'm not going to be using the scientific definition from the dictionary, this is my definition in reference to the regulation anyway, is making a decision based off the intention, no matter how poor that decision is. A decision that is proactively made through variable assessment, rather than simply just reacting to what someone else does or something that actually happens naturally in the game. Now, when you think about it, you know, making decisions based off intention, this is just the bread and butter. This is at the core of improving at any skill. It doesn't necessarily even have to be League of Legends. If you want to improve at anything, you've got to have some sense of intention. You've got to know why you're doing what you're doing, why you're making what you're doing. Now, when it comes to other skills, you realize that kind of compartmentalize it into two separate, I would say, categories of improvement. You've got skills that don't really require much hypothesis or much intention. For example, mindless improvement through running. Right? I don't need to be an expert out there or even have that much intention when going for a run. I just go out there, run as far as I can go, and then if I keep doing that, eventually I'm going to run further and further and further. I might cap out, right? Because I'm not doing things properly, but I'm still going to get a significant amount of improvement. Now compare that with chess, for example. You've got to have intentional improvement, otherwise you're not going to get anywhere. If you sit me in front of a chessboard and I have no idea what's going on, or I don't understand, or I'm not thinking about the consequences of my actions, like I move my pawn here or my knight here, and I'm not thinking about why I'm doing that, or what the enemy's response is to that decision, or what's going to happen in 2-3 moves from now, what am I learning here? Yes, there's probably going to be an element of maybe muscle memory or instinctual learning, some form like that, but largely you're not really going to get anywhere. Yes, you might get the basics down, but then you're just going to get capped out. And that's the way I kind of view League. So in terms of clarification, let's actually use a few League-specific examples here, right? A hypothesis in the game can literally be as simple as, I want to use my cues like this in order to achieve that result. So for example, I'm playing Orianna. I want to time my cues with the enemy minions getting low, so I can increase my chances of getting poked. They can be as advanced as, I need to push the pace of this lane by spamming my Q through the wave onto the enemy so that I can actually prevent this Talon from roaming. And the quality and the consistency of these hypotheses should in theory actually improve as you climb, like I actually mentioned in my previous video, how I actually mentioned how one of the big differences between, say, a Diamond 4 and then a Diamond 2 and then a Master Tier and a Grandmaster is that by the time you're around Grandmaster, every single decision you make, whether they're doing it consciously or not, they literally are making a hypothesis with everything. They know exactly why they're doing this with the wave. They know exactly why they are going for that fight. And they may not be able to explain it in the moment, but after the review, they can tell you, I did this because of X, Y, Z. And this is very self-standard, but you'd be surprised how many times throughout a boss I look at a coaching session and I ask them, this is a massive problem. So, one other note is these hypotheses actually update throughout the or they can just be updated in the post-game review. Alright, and again, this is going to make sense as we really get into the nitty-gritty. Now, let's actually list out the advantages of having a hypothesis at each and every given moment. The first one here, which is the absolute core one, is we are able to complete the learning cycle. Where we're going to have a theory going in, and we're going to execute upon that within that game, then we're going to be able to go into the post-game review it, and then we're going to be able to take those learnings and then execute it upon it in the next game. Absolutely crucial. If we do not come in with a hypothesis, if we don't do this step here, we're not going to be able to execute upon that. And if we don't execute upon that, what are we going to look for in the review? And then there's nothing we can actually take away from the next game. Now, if we simply react to everything that happens in the game, we actually get very little learning. They get all the learning because they're the ones making the decisions, the enemies or your teammates. But if you don't actively make any of these decisions or have a theory behind your decisions, you're just not learning. Literally, you're just not going anywhere. You're just stuck in the mud. And you actually hear me talk a lot about within my coaching sessions or within my content, the concept of being proactively reactive. You can actually choose to be reactive or choose to be reactive in the face of all of the options. It's about maybe a simple game like Orianna versus and you can have all these options at any time. I can shove, I can freeze, I can push and reset, I can roam, hold the waves here, I can aggressively posture, I can do all of these things. One of these might seem simple. You know what? I just want to sit back and react. That is okay. If you are actively processing all of these variables, or at least some of the variables, and actually coming to the conclusion that you just want to simply react to what the Diana does, I don't care. You know what? Then we can go into the review. We actually look at it and be like, okay, why did you, or what variables did you consider that led you to come to the conclusion that you just wanted to simply react? And that is okay. And sometimes the optimal choice is to be proactively reactive. And that's what I mean by being proactively reactive. And this actually ties directly into pain plus reflection equals progress. We got to have that painful experience. You know, you might have a hypothesis, execute upon it, and it just completely fails, and you lose the game for your team, or you lose a lane because of it. But you know what? this is how we actually progress. We have this painful experience, we reflect on it, which is getting into the review, and then we actually have some form of progress to execute upon in the next game, rinse, repeat, go on, so on, so on. The second advantage is that we're actually able to see what we do and don't do, what factors and variables we currently are able to actually process, right? If I go into a bot, and I see this a lot, actually quite often in the mid lane academy, is, you know, I'm looking at this decision, and if you choose to stay here, right? And maybe actually, let's just say you didn't even choose to stay, you just stayed. Say you weren't thinking, you were somewhat autopiloting whatever you're doing, and you just stayed here in lane. You weren't thinking about getting a reset, you weren't thinking about taking a trade, what you need to do, nothing. Well, I can't actually get into the review with you because I don't know what factors you can and can't assess. I don't know what variables you're actually able to process. But if you say to me, Curtis, look, okay, I actually chose to stay here because I thought this, I saw the jungler here, I thought I had enough gold or enough strength or durability to get to this amount of gold, I thought that giving tempo over the enemy didn't mean that much, so on and so forth, then great. Then I know specifically what is going wrong or what concepts you don't understand. And like, okay, now we can slowly introduce this next layer into your decision making. Or maybe you're overemphasizing this variable when you don't really need to be considering this variable. And that's where we can really make progress within coaching sessions, or whether it's in your own improvement or your own reviews, that's where you can really start to make progress. The third one here is that we are able to actually increase the likelihood of certain events occurring, playing our own game versus someone else's game. Right? If we come into the lane and we have a plan, and what happens over time, whenever you come in with a hypothesis, going back to this first one here, you come in with a theory, we execute, we review, and then we execute again, what's going to happen is that we're going to get very, very good at replicating certain things. For me, when I go into a game versus this, I basically know exactly how my first 4 or 5 levels is. And the only reason I've been able to do this is because I've actually completed the learning cycle. I came in with a theory. I've come in, I've been able to see what factors and variables I was able to actually assess in the game. I've been able to refine this again and again and again. So I can actually increase in my decisions likelihood of certain events occurring. If I want the wave on my side and I know exactly what I need to do, then I can pretty much replicate this sort of thing. And the last little advantage is that we actually are forced to play with intensity. Right? If you don't, it's actually impossible to come in with a hypothesis and execute upon it without really playing with intensity. So it's actually another feature of hacking intensity. And last little note here, this is actually the opposite to autopilot. I get asked all the time, guys, I actually made a video on it, and I wish I really explored this concept, was, you know, people say, you know, just stop autopiloting, or a coach will say, just stop autopiloting, a friend will even say, just stop it. Well, what does stop mean? What's the opposite of autopilot? This is the opposite. This is the actionable thing that you can do instead of autopilot. The main reason I actually think a lot of people autopilot is because they don't actually know what to do otherwise. They're just, okay, well, if I'm going to autopilot, I mean, if I don't autopilot, what do you expect me to do? They're just try. What does try mean? No, try means actually theorize or make a decision based off variables. You're actually thinking about stuff. So I found this I'm finding this to be a very actionable way of helping people to stop autopiloting as well. Now, if having a hypothesis is so incredibly effective and important, why doesn't everyone just do it? Like, isn't it just common sense at the end of the day? Like, if you want to get better at a skill or get better at anything, aren't you going to come in with some rough hypothesis or some rough theory about your decision, whether it's consciously or subconsciously, see the result, and then continue that learning process again, whether it's consciously or subconsciously? For some people, I do truly believe it is somewhat common sense, whether it's because of their upbringing or their experience of their environment or things that they were taught to do or whatever reason. I truly believe it is naturally common sense. I think, like myself, when I was growing up, I was very good at every game I played. I skipped through the ranks in the world, I went straight from gold, diamond challenger. I didn't dwell at any rank. Compared to some people, this stuff gets gold for like 3 seasons, like a platinum, 4 seasons, like a diamond, 4 seasons. When I was younger, I never really understood this, and I just really believe it's just common sense. Or maybe I contributed this to natural talent. I don't know. But upon reflection now, really thinking about this and really getting into the details, I think that there are some key or core reasons why people haven't had the opportunity to go through this process, whether it's path or some defense mechanisms or some mental blocks. So what I'm going to do now is really try and break down and theorize. Look, these are just my theories. I'm not a psychologist at the end of the day, so take this with a grain of salt. This is just what I believe, what I've seen within my coaching, why some of these people are stuck at their rank for any time. Now, the first one I think is the most common is that it's actually painful to try and potentially fail. Whether this is a conscious or subconscious response, I often see people stuck at low gold or gold in low plat because they're just actually afraid. They're afraid that if they come in with a theory and then they see that it was actively wrong or it actually created a disastrous response, they don't want to have that burden. It's easier to just go through and have the excuse that, you know what, I didn't try, it's my teammates' fault, blame all the externals and bullshit, the matchmaking, the MMR, whatever it is. It's actually defense mechanism. I think people are just afraid to expose themselves. If I really give my all here and I come in and I actively try to get better at this, if I still lose or I still make that mistake, then holy crap, there's nothing protecting me anymore. I'm too exposed. That's painful. I just feel like a lot of people have this. I think the other one again here, it feels scary to take control and actually make these proactive calls. Maybe they're starting the process because people have flame them out of, flame them to shit, I don't know. Or maybe they actually don't know how to review these decisions anyway, so why bother, right? If you make this decision and you get into the review, you're like, well, you know what? I actually don't know how to do it. I actually don't even know how to get better. So what's the point? What's the point of me making a theory and getting into the room that I don't even know how to do my life already? So then just give up. Then just give all control or give all power to the external and stuff like that. Maybe they can sit there for some years. Or maybe there's actually information overload, right? They have no idea. They're thinking of all these things or reasons why something didn't work, and instead of making a decision based off these variables, they make no decision. So, for example, let's just say you had to decide between shoving and freezing. Right, you might think of, okay, I've got freeze, I've got to think of jungle locations, my gold, my resources, my champion identity, do I need to roam, is it okay for me to give tempo, all this stuff, and they just give up, like, screw it, I actually have no idea, there's too many pieces of information here, I'm just not going to make any decision. It's like analysis paralysis. I actually seen quite a few people do this as well in the last quarter. Some people, maybe they're just a passive person, they haven't engaged in this sort of process before, potentially this ties to some form of fixed mindset, I'm not sure. Again, I'd love to hear your theories in the comment. And I truly believe, guys, this is the reason we see people stuck at a given rank for years. I think this is it. This failure to have intention. So what we're going to do now is go through and actually show you what this looks like. So you guys in the chat right now, or in the YouTube world, can actually go into your own games and see if this resonates with you. If you have a very similar experience, and this could be a little bit confronting, because you know what, it's going to be painful again to just admit to yourself that I have not been engaging and having a hypothesis. I haven't been completing this learning cycle. This might actually be the reason I've been stuck in my given rank for an extended period of time. I don't know. So we're going to do a gold Diana one, a diamond Oriana one here, and then one of my own VODs here, showing you how I do a calibration trade. I have a hypothesis, test it, and then instantly calibrate, and then change the way I use an ability based off what happens. That's a nice little interesting way of speeding up the learning process. So with this VOD here, this was a gold Diana versus a LeBlanc. And I remember going through this VOD with the client, and we're just chilling, we're talking about trades and so on and so forth, taking some solid trades versus LeBlanc. The Diana here also has TP. Vi comes in for a gank, and it ends up blowing the flash, I believe, from the LeBlanc, which was great, brilliant. Lee Sin shows up in the area as well. LeBlanc has no more thrusting force, and I'll just see what he's done. Let's just see what they're watching. Sort of play it through. You know why River here. Chilling. There's the ends on the board. Now look, I don't mind, I don't really care about the dying element, I don't really care about the lack of map awareness element, I don't care about any of that. What I care about here is that there was zero thought going on. I remember asking the client, saying, well, what was going on here? Did you have an intention about when you were going to reset? Did you have an intention about what LeBlanc's game plan was within this game, or how you could counter that? Because LeBlanc, at the end of the day, is designed to set up ganks. Did you have any idea with what you wanted to do with the wave, with how much gold you wanted to reset on, how you were going to replenish the resources, how you could minimize while Vi play bot side? What's going on? What variables you were or weren't considering? Because then I can actually get into the review and see what we need to work on. But there was nothing. There was no thought about when you're going to reset, what sort of trades, how you need to use your Q in this situation, where you needed to lean, so on and so forth. There's nothing. So you die here. So you go into the review, you say this, I wasn't even here reviewing it. There's nothing to say for working. It's like end of review. I mean, what do I learn from this? What does the Diana learn from this situation? Look, if in this situation she actually thought, okay, you know, I know my guy's making a play bot. I know I have TP right now. You know what? I know Lee Sin's in the area, but I'm confident that if I lean onto the bot side here, maybe get a little bit more gold, I can go back for a pink ward, an amp tomb, and a refillable. And I'll be all good. That was my game plan. If he said that, or the Diana in this situation said that, but still died, I don't really care, because then we can really figure out what was it. There's a lack of understanding of the identity. Was it a lack of understanding of the amount of gap closing or threat that Lee Sin has for the strength of their 2v2? Was it there a lack of understanding of, or underestimating the amount of durability that you have with your W? I don't know. So this is exactly what I mean with the importance of having a hypothesis about any aspect of the game. There was no hypothesis about ability usage, Q usage, about wave state, about resets, about role in the comp, about how the LeBlanc has to play. There was no hypothesis about any of these aspects. And all you would need to do to improve is actually have hypotheses about one of them. And what you'll notice is that if you have a hypothesis about how you want to use Q, usually that will tie into the wave state, usually that will tie into when you're going to get resets, so on and so forth. It's like a flow on effect. All you need to do is have one hypothesis, and then you'll start to realize, holy crap, there's so many elements of the game that I can actually improve on. So this is exactly what I mean by lack of intention, lack of hypotheses, and it's making it very, very difficult to improve. Now in this example, this was a Diamond Oriana play. So the quality of your hypotheses or the quality of your intention should be much higher. You should have much more hypotheses about the ranging aspects of the game. You should be thinking about your wave state all the time, what sort of trades, what sort of game pace, what your role is in the composition, how you're going to utilize your TP, when you're actually going to reset, what's the optimal amount of gold in this matchup that you would want to reset on, that sort of thing. So remember, again, I was going through this coaching session with the client, and I was being like, okay, well, let's see what the Orianna does. She is Corrupting Pulse versus Doran's. She has TP, there's not much tank right here because we have a walk side safely. There's a lot of things that we have a lot of freedom. As I was playing it through, let's just see what the Orianna does. She's chilling, takes a keyboard to the face, throws it out randomly. Walks up over here, goes for a nice little double time. Now I was watching this as well, I'm thinking to myself, okay, what does Orianna want to do today? What are we trying to think about? What situation in the future are we trying to think about? So we fast forward here in a second. Mindlessly, we're just chilling, no ward, no leaning, relaxing, no one thinking with the way we're using abilities, no one thinking with our movement, we're not really thinking about whether we're going to or how we can use our ability or how we can utilize the blocking bot advantage or nothing. And then we just get a nice little reset. Now the Orianna in this situation gets away with it because this Victor is actually probably very close to clueless as well. But because this Victor has Doran's and 2 pods, the Victor actually comes out a little bit ahead here because we've got no value from utilizing it. We got no value from taking buttons. We weren't even able to get a single pot out of the Victor. And I remember going back and getting into the room and I was asking Orianna, I said, well, what are you trying to bring about this? What variables, what was your hypothesis? What was your game? What was your theory? There's no response. There was no thought process about what they wanted to do with the wave, when they wanted to reset, how they could have used the Corruption Bolt versus Doran Ring, how they should optimally use their ration out their mana or use their Q in this situation. Nothing. Now the problem with this is that yes, sometimes you can get away with it and you're playing a scaling champion and it's all good. But again, there's very little learning going on. Yes, it's not even about the win or loss. It's literally purely about the learning. If you come into this situation, you don't have to about any of it. About the game pace, about how you can utilize TP effectively, how you can foster more aggressive and get better players against any aspect of the game, then we can actually get more value from my equipment. You guys can get more value out of your reviews. This is the worst thing that you could possibly do. This is exactly what I mean. So what I urge you guys to do is go back into your reviews. And if you find yourself this sort of thing happening, it's a problem. It's just a huge bloody problem that you need to identify and you just need to eradicate. Please just have a hypothesis, have a random theory at any aspect. Prevent this at all costs. Prevent it at all costs, please. Now here, this was a lot of me playing Yone into Zed, and I hadn't really played this matchup before, and I was in the process of learning Yone. And I had no idea about the way I should be using my E in the matchup. So what I did, I went to what I call a calibration trade, and this is how you can actually complete that learning cycle in a very short period of time within the game itself, rather than waiting until the post-game review. So what I did, I had a theory of, you know what, let's just see what happens if I just use my E super aggressively. So I walked up here, and I just randomly use my E and try to punish with level 3 with 2 advantage. I take an isolated Q to the face, and end up just missing my Q, and it just didn't seem like an effective way to use my ability. And then I remember making a mental note after this, thinking, okay, interesting. If I don't actually wait for Zed to use his Q, then I'm just going to take an isolated Q to the face every time, but he can just Q auto E me, and then he take Electric, and I use it. So I remember, okay, interesting. Maybe I have to kind of use this ability somewhat reactively, so you can actually proactively react to it. Out of all the options, reactively after Zed is really used as a ability. Or at the point of maybe if we fast forward the board here later on, then I start to check. So a bit more here, a little bit later in the game. I've been holding my E a lot more, and Zed goes for a combo onto me. And instead of like using it, without waiting for Zed's abilities, I then use it to the side to dodge Qs and then look for a nice little short trade. Now it's not the specific this specific example that's important. More theory behind it. I had a hypothesis about how I want to use my calibration trade. It didn't work out that well, and then I kind of have another theory, and then I choose to update this again and again and again. And as you get more experience with the game, you can kind of do this within miniature aspects. It can be as specific about how you want to use an ability. It can be as specific. It could even be as more overarching as like an overarching game plan, which is kind of hard to test within a game. But what you can actually test is wave states. You might find that, you know, level 4 you hold the wave on your side and it feels really good, and then you try the opposite and it doesn't feel that good, so then by level 7 you can hold the wave on your side again and rinse repeat. There's ways of calibrating within the game itself to update that hypothesis, test it, theorize it, and then, you know, continue that learning process. And this is kind of what I do in a lot of my matchups, especially throughout the learning process of learning a new champion. And this is really how I believe I improve, and I kind of do this naturally in many aspects, and I've kind of done it naturally, but in the process of making these videos, what I've been trying to do is really question what makes it such that I'm able to improve at a faster rate, and really trying to bring these things that I do naturally to the forefront to share it with you guys and give you guys some of that advice. So hopefully this helps. Again, let me know how this goes in the comments.
Ignore my hair, I just went for a run. Alright, here's the deal. I will start an OnlyFans if you meet my conditions. If you've been watching my channel for a while, this may not be much of a surprise. You'll probably just roll your eyes and say to yourself, oh, there goes Mark again, getting naked when nobody asked. But if you're relatively new to my channel, this might be slightly confusing or concerning. But rest assured, I know what I'm doing. In the past, I made a lovely little calendar called Markiplier's Tasteful Nudes Calendar, where I did exactly as the title describes. And I sold it for charity. It was so successful that we sold over 38,000 of these calendars, of which I spent 8 days of my life hand signing each one. My OnlyFans will be much the same, except I won't be signing it, but all of the proceeds will be donated to charity. However, I will only make an OnlyFans if you meet the following conditions. Number 1, you listen to Distractable. In the description, you'll find links to the podcast that Bob, Wade, and I made together, but you don't just need to listen to Distractable. That would be too easy. You need to listen so hard with enough new listeners that you launch Distractable to number 1 on both the Apple podcast charts and Spotify, thereby dethroning Joe Rogan. Believe it or not, we've actually done this. We were number 1 on Spotify before, and for a brief day, we were past Joe Rogan. But we've never been number 1 on Apple Podcasts. And both of those conditions need to be met simultaneously, or I will not make an OnlyFans. Condition number 2. You listen to Go, My Favorite Sports Team. Tyler and I also made a podcast where Tyler finally gets to flex his master's degree in sports. But also, I don't know anything about sports. I don't watch sports. I don't really follow sports. I don't really care much about sports. But that's the point of the podcast. It's a bridge connecting the people that love sports and the people that absolutely don't love sports, or everyone in between, where they can sit down and in common understanding try to identify the weird, wild world of sports. At least that's my perspective. I am a little peeved that the only episode that I did not host, where Wade stepped in because I was sick, just so happens to be the most popular episode of that podcast. That doesn't seem very fair, considering I have recorded dozens of these and I have learned so much about sports. I could tell you what I learned, but don't ask me what I learned, because I definitely know what I learned. You don't need to know what I learned. But that's another topic for another day. Go, My Favorite Sports Team has to become the number 1 sports podcast in America and the world. There is a subcategory for podcasts for sports. It must, for all the world to see, to sit at the top of those charts, and for all the other sports podcasts to look upon and weep at my knowledge of sports that I definitely have. These are my conditions, and the links to meet these conditions are available in the description below, or you can simply search for Distractable and GMFST on their respective podcast sites. If you don't meet these conditions, then I will not make an OnlyFans. My tasteful nudes will not be released to the world. Some of you may not wish for this to happen in the first place and want to stop the other people that are sprinting headlong into tasteful nudes too. That's up to you. I'm fine either way, and I will relish the competition that you stir up. But if you do want this to happen, and you do want me to make an OnlyFans, and you do want tasteful nudes too to exist in the world, then all you need to do is meet the conditions, and I will follow through. And all of the proceeds through OnlyFans will be donated to charity. Good luck, and thank you for enabling me.
spawn. Minions have spawned. First blood. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Killing spree. destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Has destroyed a turret.
穏やかだ。
An enemy has been slain. Dominating. Killing spree. summoner has disconnected. A summoner has reconnected. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
How to make a bitch tap out. Well, I tell you how to fuck in the car. How to do the tower wreck with your dick. Cold approach. Signs that a woman is tired of sucking your dick. So you think you got the perfect size dick? How to get a woman with the want to record yourself fucking? Well, I got you covered. Step number 1. The most important skill that any man can learn is fighting. So you want to put it in there? How to drive drunk. Look, guys, the most dangerous man to fuck. Fellas, how to make a bitch tap out. Well, I tell you how to fuck in the car. How to do the tower wreck with your dick. Cold approach. Signs that a woman is tired of sucking your dick. So you think you got the perfect size dick? How to get a woman with the want to record yourself fucking? Well, I got you covered. Step number 1. The most important skill that any man can learn is fighting. So you want to put it in there? How to drive drunk. Look, guys, the most dangerous man to fuck. Fellas, how to make a bitch tap out. Well, I tell you how to fuck in the car. How to do the tower wreck with your dick. Cold approach. Signs that a woman is tired of sucking your dick. So you think you got the perfect size dick? How to get a woman with the want to record yourself fucking? Well, I got you covered. Step number 1. The most important skill that any man can learn is fighting. So you want to put it in there? How to drive drunk. Look, guys, the most dangerous man to fuck. Fellas, how to make a bitch tap out. Well, I tell you how to fuck in the car. How to do the tower wreck with your dick. Cold approach. Signs that a woman is tired of sucking your dick. So you think you got the perfect size dick? How to get a woman with the want to record yourself fucking? Well, I got you covered. Step number 1. The most important skill that any man can learn is fighting. So you want to put it in there? How to drive drunk. Look, guys, the most dangerous man to fuck. Fellas, how to make a bitch tap out. Well, I tell you how to fuck in the car. How to do the tower wreck with your dick. Cold approach. Signs that a woman is tired of sucking your dick. So you think you got the perfect size dick? How to get a woman with the want to record yourself fucking? Well, I got you covered. Step number 1. The most important skill that any man can learn is fighting. So you want to put it in there? How to drive drunk. Look, guys, the most dangerous man to fuck. Fellas,
people underestimating how scary it may get in the next 3 to 6 months with the macro economy. This is absolutely the time to be thoughtful about a big purchase. Houses, cars, renovations. If you're not sitting with a fuckload of savings, don't get crazy now. This is not the time to fucking flex. Be thoughtful, be smart, and then forget about big purchases, small purchases that add up. Ubers, expensive coffees, 7 streaming services when you only use 2. Get thoughtful. Look at that credit card statement and see how many things you're paying for each month that you haven't canceled yet. Start getting smart, because it's hairy out there. Oh, I love this. I've got to get on this headline.